Man, do I dislike echo chambers? Fuck me. I was meant to start this at 1 p.m. and not 3 p.m. But then I thought, I'm gonna go take a look on the Discord. God damn it, where's the thumb? I'm gonna go take a look on the... Come on, Ryder, fucking it. I'm gonna go take a look on the Discord server for Unity. Maybe someone over there is needing help with scripting or whatever the fuck. Let me help people. And then I forgot why I dislike going there. It's a weird-ass echo chamber of people that like to program things in the wrong manner just because it works. Oh, man. And then a guy showed up in there. I saw someone complain, just, hey, I'm trying to move this, but, like, I'm trying to use a character controller, which is a tongue. I'm not gonna, otherwise I'm gonna waste a bunch of fucking time trying to explain things. The guy tried to use a character controller to control his character. You know, it was just a cube. He was mostly, as far as I know, learning, because it's on the learning part of coding in there on the channel. And then the guy was mainly just saying, hey, look at this video. Look at what is happening to my cube. It keeps jittering up and down for no actual fucking reason. And then he sent the code, and I looked at the code and I thought, well, there's a very good actual reason for why your character is jittery. You are constantly applying a downwards force to your character, even when he's on the ground. That doesn't make any fucking sense. What the fuck are you doing? And then a guy showed up and said, nah, that's how you do it. And it's like, what? And the guy insisted for a good period that that's how you do things. If your character is on the ground, you should keep applying a downwards pressure to him, even if you're using a character controller. Mind you, a character controller is used for when you don't want gravity to happen, or if you want to have gravity that is controlled by your standards. Let's say you don't want like real gravity, you want like precise gravity. For something similar to, let's say, Super Mario or something like that. You want a platformer gravity instead of like a half-life gravity or whatever the fuck. So I have basically control, 100% control. So when you have a character controller, you are responsible for moving the character because you have a character controller. When you want objects to move by their own volition, you use a rigid body for when you want gravity. So the guy explaining, what the guy was saying is that despite you using a character controller, you should at all times apply a downwards force on the character controller, even when he's standing still. And somehow, the illogical notion of moving a character down, even when he's not moving, and when you don't want gravity to happen, for some reason for this guy made sense. And then I kept trying to show him that's not how you do it. Oh, but it's in the documentation. That's not what it's saying in the documentation. Documentation literally. Let me just fucking... Brave, I always forget to open Brave. Yeah, jump statements. Union, so that made me so pissed that I'm willing to do a video explaining how to properly use the character controller, even though I never used the character controller once. It's not Brave, it's Unity, dumbass, just because I thought about Brave. So, character controllers on Unity. Dumb shit. This is the culprit, the problemum. Is grounded. Was the character controller touching the ground during the last move, and only during the last move? It's not checking if the character is currently touching the ground. It's only if the character touched the ground during the last move. indicates whether the character controller was touching the ground during the most recent called character controller.move or character controller.simpleMove. This property is updated after each call to move. So if you don't call move, it doesn't update. So it can't check if the character is on the ground if you didn't move the character by not using the move call. Okay. Based on collision detection with the ground, returns true if the controller collided with any object below it during the movement. Below it only, not on any other area. Typically used to determine if the character is standing on a surface. Sure. And then now it says void update if character controller dot is grounded prints character controller is grounded. The problem being with the fact that this only updates after the last move. So if you move the character, you stopped moving him, and then he doesn't move anymore because you're using a character controller, is grounded, is gonna be true. Because you're not updating the character anymore. Makes sense, right? You're not moving the character. So let's say that you now move the character, but you don't move it down, you move it forwards because he's already on the ground. Why the fuck are you going to move it down? Guess what's going to happen to his grounded? It's not going to return a proper value. It's going to return either false or true because of floating point precision. Because it's not, sometimes it's going to touch the collider of the ground, sometimes it's not. But you shouldn't use it to determine if it is or not touching the ground, because it only updates when you call move. That's the main problem. And when you look at the move method, and then you see here, if this checks if the controller is grounded, grounded player. If the player is grounded and the player velocity is less than 0, it doesn't move anymore. The player velocity should be 0 because he's on the ground and he's not moving. The velocity is 0, but only if he's on the ground. The guy was arguing that the proper value in here needs to be something around minus 0.2 float. So you need to force your character to the ground at all times for no actual reason, even though he's already grounded. That doesn't make a zero lick of sense. This is supposed, like the is grounded thing is meant for you to check if the character touched the ground, so now you stop applying gravity to him. Because he touched the ground. There's no reason for him to go down anymore. He's touched the ground. Which is why here, it's 0. There's no need to go lower. And then I have this weird habit, like, you know, it's a problem that I have. That I keep insisting that when I'm right, I am right. Kronos P, go sleep. Man, it's way too early for sleeping. And thanks for following as well. What is the time over there for you to say for someone to go sleep? Oh boy. So yeah, I spent like a good deal of time just wasting my fucking time trying to explain to a person that thinks that something means that a person that thinks that you should write code in the wrong manner despite giving the results makes that code right. Well, sleep programming is good for you. I heard a programmer died by a heart attack after a car hit him. Well, I slept already. I sleep sometimes a bit too much. No, not really. Sometimes I sleep only 5 to 6 hours. But it's fine. I don't need that much sleep. But I've slept already. It's been a while. It's, look at the time. It's, God damn it. I forgot. Where is it, Jim? It's, 3:17. No, God damn it. 15:17. Or 3:17 p.m. I shouldn't be sleeping in the afternoon. At least not today. Where is the other tongue? There it is. But yeah, it's so fucking weird. Then other guys started showing up in there, and the echo chamber started echoing, and it's like, you know, I forget. Not gonna waste me time. I've wasted more than enough of me time in there. But I still got pissed a bit, and then I had to calm down. Whoa, and from the future, it's 9 p.m. Dude, you're from the future. Oh, that's why you're Cronus. That makes all the fucking sense. It is all explained now. Oh, my mouse, man. I need to buy a new mouse, but I also need to buy a new fucking headphone. I have money for only one. Fine. What this game? Well, eventually, it's going to be something similar to the whole survivors thingy, but with a more of a psychological side to it. Let me see. What was the thing that I was missing? It was I was gonna do the archetype events, right? Yep, next. Archetype event handler should be enough, I guess. God damn it, I forgot to open up the other. Where is this? Forgot to open the previous projecto. There it goes. Is it? Oh, god damn it, still needs to wait for things to load. But yeah, I need to lose this flaw, this character flaw that I have of trying to teach dumb people to stop doing dumb shit. It's dumb people. You shouldn't try to stop dumb people from being dumb. You can't. They're gonna keep being dumb. Okay, it's gonna be an archetype handler. It's mostly that code in there. An archetype created and destroyed. It's mostly created because it's not going to be a moment in which an archetype's gonna be it's gonna be destroyed. I mean, eventually it will, but only when you close a context or something like that. Okay, common sense dictates that we should use something like a public class archetype created args. No, right, properly. Are you a programmer or something, Kronos? Is the archetype in there? I don't think nothing more will be needed. So let me see. I had a custom event handler class? No, it's not that. Okay, this is for subscription. Okay, triggers components, yada yada. I was pass a component changed. Sure. Oh, it's been a while since I created this. Well, there's a bunch of extra code to do who knows what. What's coming regularly with events? It is an event, right? No, it doesn't look like one. Oh, come on. Oh, come on, move. Why am I not using events here? Why am I using some kind of custom event? Oh, it's mainly because I was using subscribers and shit. But the entity event handler uses events, so why? Event raised when an entity is created. Gotcha. Trigger entity created. Subscriptions. Sure, but then that means that the query should have wait a second, let me see one thing. Why is it showing up as the tongue? Yeah, it's software and game development, it's correct, not crazy. But why is it not showing anymore? No, it's showing. Weird. Yeah. Okay, the query will require code that will be passed to the oh, I get it. I remember that. It's gonna be private void maybe on archetype created. Yep, that is. If args.archetype.component is the length equals nope, that's definitely not how we're gonna do these things. That is definitely not. We're gonna do a for each var component ID and include components. If it doesn't, it's not a contains in here. It's a different call. Wait a second. What is the component IDs? No, not this. Oh, it's read-only span. Oh, I'm not used to using this shit. Let me just look at something. Node over here. Span contains. Sure, memory extensions. That's a contains method. Hmm. Where, oh yeah, I can mostly close some of these things. Vision phase order, this. We're not messing with the ID manager anymore. The archetype manager is going to be messed with. Now with the system. This system as well, not this system. No reason to have entity wrappers. Component IDs not as well. Should be enough. Yeah, there's no memory extensions in here. I have no experience with using spans. So I presume I can access it fast through the time. Sure, I could use accounts to iterate with a for each, and here it's basically a contains, but still. Should I then do a custom extension to have a contains on a read memory span? It would work. Absolutely, 100% it would work. Or maybe that means that I'm trying to access the wrong thing. Oh, I know what I can do. I can have a, yep, this one. It's literally this one. Yeah, what the fuck is it doing here? Index of component IDs, component ID not equal to -1. Wait, what? I'm not used to using arrays directly as well. I'm mostly using lists and shit. Okay, let me see if I understand every single value of the tongue is... Oh, just a very quick check now that I think about it. Very interesting, but doesn't it have a context by itself? I would presume that the thing would have a contains, right? Oh, but he uses link. Fucking dislike link. But let's see. What does it do? Is it gonna have the code? No, it's gonna be one of those. Hey, the call is here, but the code is not. Fucking despise this. I don't like link. I don't like link. I don't like link. Okay, if I understand correctly, this is doing what is the index of this value on this array? I hate the fact that there is no documentation. Let me see. I remember that there's a kind of an easy fix for the documentation missing on Unity. I remember that I applied it way back in the day. But then it changes every single time that you update Unity. And it's an issue that has been happening ever since who knows what, because Unity for some reason doesn't include the documentation. The parts of the fucking thing. Let me see. No, that's not it. That's not it as well. It's a problem with Unity and not Rider, if I recall. No, that's not it. This issue says that it's fixed. My ass. Oh, it's from 2022 years ago. Quick expected result, yeah, I see. Doesn't produce so easy, sufficient attach the logs will such sequence of commands chosen your case, where the preferences refer to library frameworks, man, the frameworks version 6.12.0 being less chances, CD library. Can I check then? No. Let me see. Let me see if there's any configuration related to Unity. It's not in lang hints. No. This maybe? Automatically refresh assets. No. No, it's not any of these. Not code style as well. Is there something related to documentation? Inspection settings maybe? Nope. No, those are file masks. Wait a second, is this showing on... No, it is not, or is it? No, it is. Yes, it is. Yeah, not crazy. You were crazy, I'm not crazy. Yeah, I don't think there's anything around here. Yeah, it's not gonna be in here. I remember there was a very simple fix. You just had to copy a file from one place and place it in another, and then it just works. And somehow, for some reason, I can't find it anywhere. Wait a second. Vim. Show quick documentation. Doesn't. Documentation tool window. So there should be documentation here, but it isn't. Oh, we see reference property systems, no application, yada yada, no. Bum bum bum. Ta ta ta. Fucking Genshin. Oh man, good times, but also bad times as well. It's fucked up. Genshin Impact, it always remembers me good times in my life, but at the same time, one of the worst moments in my life. All involving Genshin Impact. I don't see the solution. It's not here, definitely. What about this other one? At least the music is good. Right, documentation, yada yada. It's just a matter of knowing where the fuck it's the documentation and then copying and pasting it in the other place, and then it just works. Not there. I think it's an XML file. It's in standard file format. Revisions don't have firmware don't occur as the .xml files that live next to the DLL files. Mono's docs are compatible with the menu have here. That was distributed as part of Mono developing their Visual Studios for Macs. Blah yada yada. Frameworks man, no, it's not there. Let me see. It's not here as well. Cause damn man, not having the fucking documentation is a pain in the arse. Nope, not a solution. It turns out it's this Unity problem, managed to fix that, but it's hacky using this Unity forum thread as a reference and this bug report. Located the, yes, it's this one. I located the net standard.xml files across my system, locate yada yada, command and Linux and put it under Unity editor. God damn it, my fucking headphone is failing. Data, yada yada. Previously there was only .NET standard DLL with no XML file there. Why isn't this shipped with the Unity subs beyond me? I had luck because I could easily find the location. Let me see one thing, close this. If I call something like Unity engine dot, no, physics, if I recall correctly, dot raycast, no, raycast, does he have documentation for the tongue? No documentation, okay. So it's not only the Unity engine, but it's also the what's her name? Fuck me, move mouse, god damn it. Unity hub, editor. Fuck me mouse, god damn it. Data, if I recall, and it's on the net standards. Reference, no. 2.1, 2.1, net standard DLL. I got frustrated by this lack of basic functionality and I fixed it myself. Here's a tool all of you can use to make this semi-automatic. GitHub.io Unity IntelliSense Fixer. It comes bundled with XMLs that seem to work and the script links then to automatic directories. Oh boy, gotta love the open source. Does the page exist though? It automatically downloads the thing. Me no likey. Let me see. This. GitHub. Nope, repositories. lever, blah, blah, blah. No, 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 no. Touchy yummy. Oh, my man is a connoisseur. Well, it seems like we'll have to open this fucking thing. Oh, he has it under a thing called stuff. Let me see if I can access directly the repository without the... Is it a private one? It's not. So he has a bunch of stuff in here, literally. Factorial waypoints, brainfuck forever. Oh boy, dude is crazy. Damn, that's crazy. He has a bunch of weird shit. Oh, it seems like this is a website thingy. Personal website, another unorganized crap. Yeah. Alright, let's look at his file. Open up. Open his archive. We're gonna fix this. We're gonna fix this. He has a tar inside. God damn it. Very packed. SH. XMLs from Windows. God damn it. Jesus, there's a bunch of XMLs in there. I don't think he needs all that much. I think just the net standard XML is enough. Let me see. Here. Hopefully, I don't recall which one I need to close. If it is Rider or if it is Unity. Alright, let's open it up again. The window. It is it? Yeah, it is on the proper location. Let's wait for it to load. This song reminds me a lot of Legend of Mana. Come on, thing. Load everything and just close this. I don't need you. I don't need you. No, nah. Hey, yeah, there we go, documentation. Although I'm quite sure there's still missing the Unity engine documentation in it. Yep. Stupid. But at least the standard ones are okay. So, searches for the specified object and returns the index of its first occurrence in a one-dimensional array. The one-dimensional zero-based array to search the object to locate an array, the type of the elements of the array. So yeah, I presume, like it is saying there, that as long as the value is not -1. God damn it, I wanted to copy this shite. Let's go there. Who goes there? Index of C#. Oh, fuck me. Don't throw me to the Portuguese thing. The index of its first occurrence. Yeah, yada yada. Is there an example? This example calls the following true overloads of the index of method to find the index of a string array. Determine the first occurrence. Determine the first occurrence of the string day. Are there results? This method researches all elements of a one-dimensional array for value to determine whether the value exists in an array. The method performs an equality comparison by calling each element's equals method until it finds a match. This means that if the elements overrides the object.equals object method, that override is called. Because most arrays have a lower bound of 0, this method generally returns -1 if a value isn't found. In the rare case that the lower bound of the array is equal to int32 minus value whatever the fuck. This method is a no-end operation where n is the length of the array. That's bad. Although I'm quite sure that regardless of, like, for example, it contains on a list It's pretty much a no-win as well. Quite sure about that, isn't it? Where's the list? Isn't list here? It's not. Come on, bro, give me a list. Can I search literally like this? No, because it's just for object. Generic list. Quite sure contains on a list is a no-win. There are elements in the list, but it can be new for reference types, otherwise false. Examples contains a simple business object. For example, contains blah yada yada yada. It contains method returns true because the code doesn't specify dimensions already in the collection. Remarks. Yeah, this method performs a linear search. Therefore, this method is an ON operation where N is count, so it doesn't fucking matter. It's pretty much the same fucking shit. Oh yeah, it would be nice to use just the contains. But let me see what link does. Link. No. C sharp. C sharp? C sharp, not C at. Link array contains. Does it do the same fucking thing in the background? I presume. Oh, I can't access the thing because the link DLL is closed source or whatever the fuck. Can you do me a solid and go to 10? No, it doesn't show you. 8. Unless I open a regular. Oh, there's here. Yeah. Yeah, it is here. There it is. I was looking in the wrong place. So what the contains do? Oh, if it is an I collection, it does the contains of the collection. All right. If it's not size optimized and source is an iterator, it uses the contains of the thing. All right. If source is null, shoulder helper. Otherwise, it's gonna go to the contains iterate, but I'm quite sure it's gonna do the exact same fucking thing. Go one by one. Regrets the source value and compare it if it exists. If the compare is no, yada yada. Let's pretend it is. For each, the source element in source compare dot equals element of value. Yep, regardless. It just keeps doing it one after the other and other, and just like it's the same fucking thing, and then it's the same fucking thing as an index of. With the difference that it possibly is slower because it tests for if it is like collections and shit. And this one is literally just, hey, we're working with arrays here, boy. Let's do this thing. Which. I'm gonna do a extension of this. I don't know where to add extensions there. Should I create a new library? Yeah, let's create one. Oh, god damn it. Let me see. I have a custom library somewhere else that has shit like that. Set value, gets the value, translates an index, populates with. For some reason, I needed these back then. I needed things to set values to. I don't know why. Arrays of factors and shit. I don't want to use that exact same fucking thing again. Other sure, I like it, but at the same time, I don't. Choices. I could just grab it whole, move it here, but then it's like a bunch of. There's a very big baggage on top of it. It's very likely that I'm not going to need anymore. So that's why we're gonna create it from scratch. IB. The all reliable folder IB. Why IB, you say reasons? It's an assembler definition. IB. There we go. That should be enough. Although we need to reference IB in here. Otherwise, doesn't fucking work. EB. EB. Do the tongue now. Safe. But I never watched Initial D. It's one of the tongues that I need to watch. What is going on here? What are you complaining of? Nobody? No, god dang it. There we go. No, complain. Stop complaining. Just do it. Do it. Do it. Let me see. I used to call it IB base. Why did I call base? Because I had other things on it. Which, if I stop to think about it, it is Doom. So we're not going to do it like that. We're going to use... oh, god damn it, I know what's gonna happen. Extensions for the libraries is gonna have a namespace provider again. Who knows what reason? Over here, we're gonna have array extensions. Then we're gonna do a public. Thanks. It's for Corp. I need a static one. Static one here. I don't want to import the array one, but I like doing it like this. What are you complaining about? Inconsistent naming. Where's the option to add to a dictionary? To team shared. There we go. For one reason, so that I know that it's an extension method that I wrote and it's not coming from anywhere else, even at a glance. Because if it's just contained somewhere, just is it? Is it really the thing that I want, or is it something else? All right, what was, yeah, it's here, no, it's not here. It was in the architect. The contains components. Now we can do, oh, this is one of the reasons I fucking love. See, I don't need to wonder which one it is. It's always that one. I don't need to, that's one of the reasons why I love, what is the, god damn it, what is it? That's one of the reasons why I love, what is fucking, yeah, contains components. It's way, just contains, that's it. And this is one of the things that I like doing. First do a call, like first assign a variable and then return it instead of returning the method itself. Because if you are debugging, you can place a breakpoint in here and then just see if the value is what you want or not. You don't need to look outside, and you don't need to wait for the return as well to see what is the value that returns. And if you are doing it hot reload and shit like that, you can literally just change this method here, call it back in there, and just goes, instead of just having to go do the call again. It's just a bother. It's way easier to do this when you are debugging. But yeah, the extensions is one of the things that I love in C#. Boy, do I love me an extension. All right, now we do that. If it doesn't contain one of the components, it just pops out. It's simple as that. That is the first part. And I hate that it goes can be converted to a loop link expression. I hate link. Link is ass. It's a pain on this existence. You know what? Let me just do this. Come on, do the thing. Even the fuck you. Okay, so the whole thing is, if on an archetype that is created, we can receive the values and then check. Hey, this is better for reasons. Args, no. Archetype. Although I'm quite sure that these days, the compiler is smart enough to optimize this. Because if I do all the time args.archetype, args.archetype, I need to access this object to access this object again. If I do this, I get the object here, and then I always access the object directly. And I'm quite sure that if you keep calling args.archetype, args.archetype, like several times and thing, the compiler is smart enough to look and go, hey, this code is being called like all the fucking time. It's always accessing this object. Can you just create a variable in there and then just recompile it with a variable? I'm quite sure that the compiler does that. Because the C# compiler these days is absolutely optimized. It's not perfect, of course, but like these nitpicks that just like increase performance by doing like something very minor just is a godsend. So yeah, it checks, because if the archetype doesn't have like not even one of the tongue, it's pointless to check. Oh, I think we can do this in a way better manner. No, this is the best way. Because it first needs to check for the included. I was going to do the opposite, do a for each on the archetypes component IDs in there. It would be bad. Although, yeah, I don't think there's a better optimized way to do this besides optimizing the shit out of it in convoluted ways that makes things be very hard to see. Possibly using the spans and shit, but I'm not willing to optimize it at this point. Nah. Because, for example, if the first component matches this first contains component, and let's say that the first component that is going to be checked is the last component on the list, is going to do, let's say that archetype has 10 components, it's going to do 10 checks, and it's going to put it on the bottom. And then it's going to go to the next component and go, hey, do you have this as well? And then it's going to check all of the other components as well, and it's just going to be a nightmare. I think the only way to improve that is with what is the word I'm looking for? The only other way to improve that is with literally doing the memory way using spans. I'm not that used to spans to improve this for now. If this becomes an issue with performance in the future, I can just like fucking optimize this. But for now, this works. So the excluded components, it's quite the opposite. This one, if it doesn't contain the first components, that's out. There's no reason to keep checking the archetype, because it's not gonna, it doesn't interest us. But if it passes all, which means that all of the components are there, it checks the excluded ones. So if one of the excluded components isn't there, boy, it doesn't work for us. And then it just goes back. That's very simplistic. Very simplistic, very properly well described. later I need to do a pass through all of these methods and document them better. But yeah, on archetype created is right. So now we need to look at the. We're gonna have the archetype event handler, which is being created in the wrong location now that I think about it. Because we need the folder archetypes. It's the folders are always the plural versions of the song. So now I do a move to the folder. Since it's not being used anywhere, I can simply just do this, do that, and then move file to wrong. Shouldn't be like that. It should be here. See how it's fine and yet it didn't recommend the folder? Maybe it's because I've created the folder beforehand. Who knows? The archetype created args as well. It's gonna be moved. And since this one is used somewhere else, I need to refactor. Nope. It's in here. Refactor. Why the fuck are you showing yourself in the corner there? Dumbass. Move type to another namespace. Dot archy types. And now, since it's there, we need to move the folder. Move the folder. It's never instantiated. It's not a problem for now. All right, so now we have the archetype event handler, which will rest inside of the archetype manager because it needs access to the archetypes. How did I do it in the other one? Yeah, it was a class that was used inside of the event manager. So I see. All right. How do handlers have access to the things? Dumbass, it's through the events. You stupid ass fuck. Folder events. Yeah, I think this is one of those cases. Event manager. And then in here, we're gonna have the archetypes. Public, static, class, archetype, events. And then here, we add this. Handler? No. Public class handler. Now archetype events. Public class created args. Yeah, this behaves better, I guess. And it keeps all of the things in a single class organized properly. So we won't need this. Vamos pensar Satané, man. The archetype created args is just Delete. A public read-only archetype. So over here we do the events. Boom, 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 boom. Nope. And over here we have the public read-only. It doesn't know how to. It doesn't know how to behave. Archetype handler. Maybe pass a new here. There's no problem. At least for now. Created args and the handler in here. Okay, now I need to remember how the fuck do the events work, because it's been a while. Entity destruction, event subscribers. Why only entity destruction? Okay. This is for triggering. This is for subscription. And for unsubscription. Yeah, I think that's a better way to do it. It prevents issues, I guess. But at the same time, how the fuck is it passed properly? Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. It is fine. We do it like this here. It's not a void. It's no, it is void. Yes, right? It's over here needs to be different. It needs to be event handler on the system, and then we pass an archetype events dot created args. Why you are not? It should detect the archetype by itself, right? No, it doesn't, because there's a value in here if I recall correctly, right? What am I misunderstanding? It isn't, right? It's just the event arcs, right? And I'm being stupid, right? I'm being just dumb, but I'm quite sure that I'm just being dumb, but over here. God damn it. Yeah, I'm quite sure that I'm just being dumb. That is different. Right? I'll just implement the thing there, and then we worry about it later. No, it's a private. Event handler created args, and then I created one thing. Import missing reference. We can call it better with an archetype created. There it is. Just in case, let's just do class destroyed args. For now, exact same thing, but if it changes in the future, it doesn't need to be changed. I have specific naming for these things. Subscribe, right? No. It's go to the proper window. Archetype created subscribe. Event handler, yada yada. There it goes. And then unsubscribe, and then keep going, buddy. There it goes. Destroyed. Should all work fine. Now we need a raise trigger, I prefer. I think it makes sense. What makes more sense? Raise an event or trigger an event? I think triggering an event makes more sense. And since it's done in this way, why are you complaining? Because you're doing it wrong, you dumbass. And mostly because there is no constructor for the thing. So I am the one who's doing it wrong. No. Can I just do a hey, do no? God damn it. There is a constructor there, you fuck. Oh, he wants to create a constructor that is empty. You know what, buddy? You need created args, just do like this. Autocomplete for me. Fuck you. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. No. I hate when it doesn't autocomplete. There it is. Now it understands. There's no match rule events, suggest a name. Sure, buddy, whatever you say. If you say so. I believe that events, regardless of being private or public, is just like caps. Alright, so now we have the ability to just subscribe, unsubscribe from the archetype events, and to trigger them from anywhere. Sure, it is better if this code was specifically isolated to... Now that I think about it, these should be internal. No, the trigger ones. Subscribing is fine, but triggering... Why the fuck would why the hell would codes that is outside the scope of the library be able to trigger this event? How would they be able to properly create the thing? So subscribing and unsubscribing public, sure, because sometimes you might need to know which archetypes are created. Triggering. It's a very specific tongue that should be kept to its own specific tongue. So now when we look here, events, the archetype event, and then we open it up and everything is needed, it's here. We don't need to look at how outside and see archetype created args, archetype destroyed args, archetype event handler, and we don't know if one is related to the other. With this, archetype events, created args, destroyed args, handler, everything is contained in its own area. If I need to change something about the created args, go up, change the thing, no need to move files and shit, or search the tab you're looking for. Alrighty, now the archetype event is here, the handler, the event manager is here. We need to... I don't think we're gonna mess with the archetype event anymore. Now that I think about it, should indeed be archetype events, but then the problem is that when you're getting something, you do archetype events dot handler. It sounds weird. Archetype events dot created event, created archetype. It just, I don't know, feels odd. Like here, archetype events dot handler. I don't know if it feels odd or not. Regardless, event manager should be on the context. Internal event manager. Grab the reference. Now comes the fun parts. Should we isolate things? Because it's going to be convoluted if we do through the outside part. Although, now that I think about it, we can make this even leaner. We don't need to have archetype created subscribe as a name. We can just have subscribe. And the overloads are responsible because, for example, if we are subscribing to a created args, if we're subscribing, like, because we have like separated, if you had just archetype args, it would be weird to do this. Yep, this is way better. Cleaner. Not 100% descriptive, but cleaner. Descriptive because the code call that would start the call will be descriptive in itself, unless you just do weird shit with it. These ones, there's no way. Although I think I can remove this part. Trigger created and trigger destroyed. Because we are already access archetype.events.handler trigger destroyed. And through the event manager, we're gonna get archetype handler.trigger destroyed, which is regarding archetypes. It's gonna trigger an archetype destroyed on the archetype handler. And we pass an archetype. Makes all the fucking sense to me. Should be fine. Now we have the event manager here. I don't want to pass it as event manager, so I think what we can do is just we could encapsulate it, but I don't like the idea. God damn it, fucking chair, move. Oh, it's already starting to get hot as fuck. Damn, I'm still pissy about the those guys over there in the Unity Discord. I really dislike when people do things in the wrong manner. And no, I don't dislike the fact that people do things in the wrong manner. That is fine. Doing things wrong is fine. It's not a problem. The problem lies in the fact that when someone shows you that there is a right way to do that thing, and you still insist in doing it the wrong way because of convenience, or I've always did it this way, or whatever the fuck, you're stupid. And that's why what I hate, stupidity. I don't like, it's not that I dislike the fact that people are doing things the wrong way. I dislike this stupidity of going, oh, but I always did it this way. Oh, but it works. Why should I stop doing it this way? It works. It's just, yeah, dumbass, until you create more problems because of that. God damn it. How can I do this properly? I want to have a thing that exemplifies system methods and shit like that. Oh, thanks. If I do an event methods, and call it events, how can I make it so that it redirects to the event manager without having the methods inside of it? I don't think there is a way. Without mapping all of the methods directly to the tongue. Unless... No, it's not that hard. Yep, it's not that hard. Public. Come on. Event methods. There it goes. We don't need much besides the event manager, I presume. manager, and over here we go event manager as well. And over here, let's change things to be H. That's gonna be weird, isn't it? And over here we call it manager as well. It's fine. Do this. Come on, mates. Oi, mates. Do the tongue. Do the tongue, mate. God damn it, fucking don't understand why sometimes you can't use the simplest of stuffs. Nope, we're just gonna have it's gonna have to be up. Properties go above the constructor, right? As far as I recall. Bold black. No, it's an archetype event dot handler. Archetypes, and then we get do like this, underline manager dot archetype handler. Yep, this should be enough. Now on the query, we do this. It's basically this as far as I know. But what's the problem? Cannot resolve methods, event handlers. Candidates are event handler, created args, destroyed args. Am I crazy? Was I correct all along? Let me look something. Let me check some things. Entity changed arcs. There's no way that I didn't use a single one of these events anywhere. There's usages, and Jesus, it's always on tongues. What the fuck? Here, maybe? No, this is an entirely different thing. Where is the component event handler then? I'm quite sure there's a component changed arc somewhere here. Oh, there's 68 usages. And they don't seem to be. No, one of them needs to use it, the polls. One component replaced, new component change args. Is it correct? What am I doing here? A component replaced. It's just calling this. And it's invoking the component replaced. What the fucking? What am I doing? This feels weird as balls. Look properly. Look in the subscription. There is not in the subscribes. What the fuck? There's one though. What does he do? Component events handler. Nope. Different thing. What the heck, man? What the heck do you? Oh yeah, we need to pass objects. I'm the dumb one. That's my problem. I forgot that it's like this. You need the sender first. Dumbass. They don't need created args. What the fuck are you talking about? Just args is enough because we are doing on the archetype created. Dumbass. Now we're. I guess I am not dumb. I just sing. It just seems like I'm dumb sometimes. Just a matter of a point of view. And query. We need to destroy it somehow. Isn't there dispose? But it's not. What the fuck was this noise? The fuck? I don't know what happened. Just heard the noise of something falling. Dispose. It would be the proper thing, but I just do like this. Generates dispose pattern. Disposable interface. Dispose already exists. Replace class as a manage resources. All child classes to write dispose pattern matters. No. Oh, it's literally doing it's not even doing... what? Wait a second. When it disposes, release and manage resources and suppress finalize shit. I dislike this somehow. Let me just first do a code cleanup. Are you serious that it doesn't cleans up this thing? There's no fucking way. There it goes. It doesn't make sense for it to be like that. I don't know why. Sometimes I need to send, for some reason, two things before it works. Alright, we'll just do this then. I don't know if it insists. Oh, I know why it does like this. So that this thing doesn't call dispose when it ends the thing, so that it doesn't call GC suppress finalize. So if it is disposed, it does this and then this. If it's just deleted or whatever the fucking dispose is not called, it just calls this regardless. Understandable. Now we do literally this. There it is. That's what we do. So the queries now should be able to update themselves and add archetypes on it that are... I was going to say, why the fuck do I need to have dispose as public, but it needs to because they are disposable? Although it could be implemented explicitly, but sure. Sure, whatever you say, but boy. Whatever you say. What the fuck is this ping? God damn it. No. Change the tongue. There it goes. Here. There it is. So the queries. Fucking bullshit. I saw that goddamn thing yesterday and I forgot. I saw the pronunciation. This fucking thing. Query. Query. It's not query. It's query. Query. The query. The query. No, query is correct if it is. No, it isn't. Queries. Queries. Fuck. Ugh. Where is the... Come on, mate. Just give me a solid. Translate. There it goes. Query. 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 It's query. What about queries? Is it queries? If it is queries, I'm gonna fucking get pissed. It's queries. So now the queries. God damn it. Can't I change this to a better name? What is a synonym of query? Query. I want to keep saying it's like world. The main reason why it's named context and not world because I fucking hate saying world. That's the main reason why. Let's see. Let's see. Let's search for the check. Filter could be a good one. And query is worse. Basically puts in query and a link in the front. Prompt's not that good. Query synonym. A synonym. question, interrogation, examination, quizzing, doubt. Let's name it doubt. Suspicion, ask, inquire. Inquire is a little bit better. Question. Nah, the other things are just not as good. What can I use instead of query? Query. Ask, inquire, interrogate, and question. Nope. I think filter would be a best one, but for now, we're going to keep it a query. Query. Fucking query, mate. Okay, now the queries can update themselves as the archetypes are created as needed. So we don't have issues of queries that are going to be stable. As long as archetypes are created, we can... I wonder if I can connect both things here with a link and just do a turbo thing, even though I fucking despise link. Let me see what happens. No, it doesn't give me, hey, you can merge both of these, brov. Nope. Oh, although, no, go. Although, if I look at it this way, no. There are other ways to improve this, and it's not like this. Okay, now let me see if I know what I was doing. We're messing with the archetypes. Now it has a contains component thing on it. Great. Can I just let me look at something. Can I no. I was wondering if on source 3 I can remove the tongues without removing them from there. Removing the tabs. Well, nope, I don't want to just put source 3 in there and show up the name of all the things that I work on. Right. It has this contains component that is just to check quickly for things. Let me see, query. We're gonna get query. We added the support for the query so that it doesn't get stale. Great. Now, we need to add the event manager to have archetype created events, which we don't trigger anywhere because doesn't add in the things, not get anything to us. Right. So we have a get component ID and remove component. This is basically gonna be... Is there a need for a remove and add component from the archetype manager? Yes, because on the outside later we are going to call it through the context here in the archetype methods and do something. But when we add a component to an entity, oh, I see. Removal doesn't destroy an archetype, but addition creates an archetype. What do we need to do in order to... Let me just unfuck things here. Let me just add some things to the source 3 tongue. Let's see, we add this. Let's add the IB library. All right, and then we add this to the library, and then we add this feature, adds an ID extension methods for arrays. That should be enough for commits. And then next one, I can just add the event manager thing as a separate commits, because if you stop and think about it, it's a separate thing entirely as far as I go back to the projector. As far as I recall, goddamn noises. As far as I recall, it only uses archetype. It has the created args that we just created, destroyed. None of these depend on codes from outside. So it is fine if we just add it separately in a separate commits. But the difference is that we'll have to... Whoa, wait a second. Why is this like this? Oh, it's a reference to IB. Okay, fine. Although now that I think about it, there's no need. Right? Yeah, it's a reference to IB that I'm not going to use until I mess with the queries. Yeah, that's right. So we get the events method here, the context, that the only changes that I had was it added the event as well. And the rest is history. Just properly looking here, the archetypes folder is empty. There's nothing that needs to be changed in there. Yep. This is a fine feature. And event manager. No, it's not ads, it's new event manager. Manager and archetype events should be enough. Now we grab the queries. Query. Wait, look at something. Is the OBS thingy changed? Seems like it is. Now we gather the query. And it's mainly gonna be high. Made it so that queries can now be no. So move this first. Let's get the archetype. And it's in the archetype that the IB is added. Let's get here, and then feature. Adds contains methods to archetype. Sure, it's not much, but it's enough to explain on a separate commits instead of having a commit that does everything like I did yesterday. Ugh. Right. Now we have a feature that implements. No. Let's think of a better description. Queries don't have stale archetype lists anymore. It's more descriptive than just add stone. Queries don't have stale archetype lists anymore. This is way better for the description. I need to get used to making descriptions like that. Oh, I need to play this fucking game one day. God damn it. I need to play the other Metal Gear games. Thing is, I've played once back in 2000s, and who the fuck knows? Maybe 2016. I think I've played, yeah, it was back then, 2016. I did a full stream of Metal Gear 1, the first one on the ECSX, although it was the remake made for the Gears, for the... There was an extended edition for the PS3 that has Metal Gear 4, I think maybe 3, and the first and second version of Metal Gear on the MSX as remakes. And I remember that I was going to play through all of the Metal Gear games on the stream, and then I played the first one, and then I stopped streaming overall. I started playing the second one, and it's just life happened and fucked me up. Boy, do I regret. Boy, do I regret. Okay, I added everything. Now, next thing, we should... The archetype events are made. There's no need to mess with them anymore. No need to mess with the event manager. Now what we need is this. Make it so that we add components here. I'm quite sure this doesn't need to be internal, but sure, internal for now. This is clearly going to be needed eventually, but I need to stop doing things like that. Add components. The add components will, most of the times, have to check if there is an archetype on it. The problem is we have on the archetype manager a component hash to ID, which I think I should change to somewhere else. Have like a component manager that just handles this, because somehow it seems that the archetype manager shouldn't be the definitive the location where it says what it is. So now we need an efficient way to see if an archetype exists, which is mostly just hashing the components, right? When we get the entity, we basically get the entity and look at the archetype. Yeah, which is this. All right, let's see. We add the components by finding the current archetype. You do ECSX ID hash. Oh, this could be bad. Yeah, this could be very bad. Let's say we get the entity ID to find the archetype. So that we pass the entity ID, get the hash. The hash gets the archetype. And that's why the entity wrappers will be used, because with the entity wrapper, we can skip this whole thing. We don't need to do 2 checks. It's just going to be directly towards the archetype, instead of just having to do all this shenanigans. It's just, hey, this entity is in this archetype, do things. So when we add a component to an entity on an archetype, we need to check if that archetype has that component ID. If it does, we just add to the proper index, which we're basically going to do. This is one of the problems, though. We will have to need like something that is way faster than this later. It needs to be way, way faster than this later. Because on every addition of a component, it's gonna have to check. Although no. Yeah, no. Yes? Huh. Oh boy. I think this is a solution that we'll have to do from top to bottom instead of bottoms up. Because if we do bottoms up, we'll have to add a bunch of code that is going to make like tons of checks that are unnecessary, because when we call those methods from the top, they're not going to be needed. This is a thing that we need to solve on the entity wrapper and not on the methods yet, on the managers. For example, what we are going to do is that maybe we won't even have to have an entity wrapper. Because, for example, think like this. Oh yeah, that reminds me of one thing. Yesterday I was checking some things in the VOD of the stream, and then I forgot that when the VOD started, there was no music at all in the background, so it's just me talking on pure silence for ends on ends. So I need to find. I'm thinking about finding interesting copyright-free song on YouTube to set it to record at all times on the VODs, so that on the string it's not gonna show up. But when it's on the VOD, at least there will be some background noise during moments of silence. Although, if I stop and think about it, it might be something that comes to bite me back. Because if I want to use a moment from one of those strings, and the only way for me to do so is by downloading the VODs and looking at the thing and editing it, I will always have... Yeah, no, now that I think about it. The VODs are archives to myself, and are more so archives to myself than anything else. I keep them public just because. But there are more to myself than anyone now, so if someone just complains, hey buddy, why the fuck is so silent in there, because it's not for you, I'm not doing the VODs for other people. I'm not keeping the VODs public for other people to look at them. I leave it there, so if you are curious about something, you can look at something from the past, but it's more so for me. Yeah, I'm not gonna, now that I think about it, I'm not gonna do. So, entity wrappers. I think me needs to have a query entity wrapper, which is going to be a class that goes on top of the entity wrapper and adds things that are specific to queries. For example, the included components list. Because if I have the included components list, whenever I try to add a component through the query entity wrapper, I can add the component checking on the minimal list, which most of the time is going to be something just like this. So if I want to add a component that is not on this list, then I check with the archetype, because it is guaranteed that there will not... No, it's a guarantee if the query entity wrapper has the component ID on the list, it's a guarantee that the archetype is the correct archetype and it just adds directly to the archetype. If it's not on the list, then the archetype might have or not have it. Then we do the regular pass through the checking on the archetype. Hey, buddy, do you have this component ID in your list or not. And that is going to be a faster check than having to check through the archetype manager first, because we're going to literally look in the archetype. If it has on the list, if that archetype has the component in there, then we can just add to it without checking for other archetypes. If the archetype doesn't have the component ID, then we go outside of the archetype and go towards the archetype manager. And on there we go, hey, grab this archetype, the IDs from this archetype, add this new component on it, hash it, and does an archetype with this hash exist? If it does, then we just we assign that entity to that archetype. We copy the entity to the other archetype. I think that's the way to do it. But somehow in my mind, this seems like it's going to be a bunch of processes for very little benefit, although if it's going to be done using send, or for example, the jobs, the burst thingy, or any other way that does it faster, it's not going to be that much of a problem, right? What makes me hate things is that, I mean, no, not really. As long as we do things in the proper manner, it shouldn't be a problem, I think. Then I think my water bottle is not keeping the temperature correctly because the water is hot. And it's been like, what, less than an hour that I filled it. It should be still cold. It's failing its job. Let me think how. I still think that having a query wrapper for the entities on top of it is a better way. Because the entity wrapper is going to be just, for example, when we just want to grab from the context, for example, an entity, and then you just do an entity methods or something like that, dot get entity, and then get entity wrapper, and then we pass ID, and the context just finds the entity and just places it there for us. And then places the archetype and the things in there, and then provides methods for us to do it. But the query, when we execute through the query, it means that we have like more info as to what we are trying to access, such as the components that we are trying to use. Because this query, when we iterate through this query, it guarantees that the components in this query have this, so we can access it faster. There is less checks because we know already. We don't need to check for other things because we know that it's there. And if you have just the entity wrapper, it's not enough to provide enough information, because sure, the entity wrapper will have the knowledge of the archetype in which it's assigned, but it's not going to have much more. It lacks context. That's the interesting thing. It lacks context. And by having a query entity wrapper or something like that, or a better name, entity wrapper. We could have it being called just queried entity or something like that. Yeah, we could have just a queried entity. Instead of passing as entity wrapper. It could be queries entity wrapper or something like that, but then it's just at that point it's just considerably convoluted. Way too many names for way too little use. But now as for thinking with how to do it, but it's definitely a better way to do it top and bottom. If we do it bottom top, sure, those methods will be there, but eventually we'll have to do the top bottom regardless. It's better to think at how you are accessing it than to try and think at how you might access. Because if I do it through the entity wrapper, it's a guarantee that I'm gonna have to use that. I mostly now just padding until it's 5 p.m. so that I can get out of this bedroom. It's fucking hot right here. But we're thinking, we're exercising the mind and how it's gonna be solved the issue. I rather have to. I rather think for a while before doing something than just go and do something and then we just have to redo it. Okay. Well, let's just do a little bit. A little bit. Everything I only need is a little bit. So the entity wrapper, should it have access to the context or should it have access to the archetype? It should have access to the context, sure, but also the archetype. And like I said, a wrapper is not supposed to exist anywhere else besides when you are accessing the thing. And wrappers are going to be objects that we are going to cache. We're not going to have wrappers just left and right, just through around. Now that I think about it, I don't need to pass these values here. I can just create the entity wrapper, having an internal one, and then as we need, we assign ID and context to it, because sure, the context might not change, but the ID is going to. The ID is going to change like a lot. Yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're going to keep the ID not assigned. And we're going to... there's bound to be an error somewhere. Nope, because nothing is calling the wrapper yet. Nothing is instantiating it. Let's not have it set internally as well, because there is no need. Once we create an entity wrapper, that entity wrapper will belong to the... it will belong to the context. And we might have a cache somewhere to store it. We could just have a cache manager somewhere as well, because it will separate and isolate things in there. The only things we keep there are just caches, and then we just go to cache manager.get entity wrapper, and then it just keep like pulls wrappers that have been discarded in the past, so that we don't have to keep like creating wrappers all the fucking time. For example, God damn it. Shit. Query will have its own entity query wrapper thingy for itself and no one else. Because it's gonna keep using it every single time it's queried, so there's no need to move it out. But if the player is calling wrappers outside because of things and who knows what the fuck they're doing, it's just like, it's no need to. And no, we also need a way to discard these as well, but it's not for now. So I get the context. We're gonna need, for sure, we're gonna need archetypes because fucking entities don't exist without an archetype, and if an archetype is not assigned to an entity, then that entity is full on clean. It has nothing to its name. Like, for example, over here, let's say that we create an ID and context and shit. And then we find, when we are assigning an archetype, for example, we pass the ID. We do a, goddamn it, fucking noise. There's always a car passing by making tons of fucking noise for no fucking reason. So let's say we do a context, give me an entity wrapper of this ID. And then it passes the ID to the context just goes, hey, archetype manager, where in the fuck is this ID? What is the archetype? And the archetype manager returns with, buddy, this is fucking nowhere. What the fuck are you talking about? And then the context just goes, sure, there's no archetype on this, do whatever. And then when that could be a problem. It could be a problem now that I think about it, because if we do it in different ways, we'll require checks. In every single time we add a component, we'll have to check, hey, is this archetype present? No, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have on the archetype manager an empty archetype. And it's not gonna be one of these. It's gonna be just, although we definitely need a hash to, fuck. No, there's no way to hash an empty archetype. Because we can't, there's no component IDs on an empty archetype. We can't hash it. So we possibly will have something like public read-only archetype. Is it going to? Yeah, it does. It knows. It knows what's best. Let's not have it read-only. Let's have it as a property. It's better as a property. Come on, buddy. Do me a solid here. Yep, private sets. And so when we create the tongue, we assign an empty new archetype in that fuck requires an array in it. When it does that, can we pass just a null though? Can we pass just a null? I need to go eat. What happens in here? Yeah, it always presumes that it's not null. It always presumes that it's not null. I need to enable the nullables on the project. I always forget to do that. It makes checking way better. It includes a bunch of redundant checks that we need to do left and right, but it makes checks better. Nope. Okay, if it has a null, it will do only this part here. No, if this is null, it doesn't need to do anything. There's no need to do anything on it. right? No, besides the entity IDs. What is doing free index lot for? Oh, it's to see, yeah, these need to be done regardless. This is gonna end here. And it's very likely to be a very small number here because it's unlikely that we're going to be creating thousands of... We could pass the hash code as 0. I presume that it's unlikely that a hash code is going to be 0. Do the hash codes turn back empty, like negative values, or is it just positive values? I would presume negative and positive because it's an int and not an uint. Like for example, the here 2 hash codes returns an int and not an uint, which means that some of the hash codes might be negative. Are hash codes negative? God damn it. That's C#. Are there negative hash codes? I mean, yeah, this is the, because you could assign a value and just say, hey, this is the hash of the thing, and it's a negative value, and then the thing believes. But those the proper code return negative values. You must not have any logic that works with get hash code values. Get hash code is not guaranteed to be unique and can change between builds. Get hash code must be treated as a baked token that can be combined with other hashes or modded out into hash tables. The can return a negative value based on MSDN. Alright, so just tell me. Returns the hash codes, various input strings. There is negative values. So in theory, eventually it could be 0. I presume it's absolutely unlikely, but it could be 0. Which is why we shouldn't store it on the hash thingy over there. Although that is going to complicate things because let's say that one of the things here, add component, is just doing hey, there's no hash in here, or there's no entity to archetype hash. Does that mean that it's an empty component, an empty entity with no archetypes? How do we differ if it is or not? I don't know. We'll have to think a lot about that. I'm gonna go eat something. I'm just God damn it! Why the fuck this sometimes doesn't work? Where's the proper tongue? Give me a note. Filter. Reloads. I don't get it. Sometimes it doesn't work. Weird. There we go. I'm gonna go eat something. Need to eat something. And I will be back. Hopefully not in an hour. Hopefully. I'm always thinking about, should I end here and not... Goddamn noises outside, I fucking hate this. I can't just do anything in peace. Should I just end it and just... God damn it, why there's so much noise outside? Should I just do this and end the stream and then just come back later? Or should I... just pause and just have 1 hour of nothing happening and then just fucks up the metrics and the analytics and the fuck? It doesn't matter. Fuck it, I'm gonna go eat. Don't care. Oh, damn it, this was a longer break than I thought it would be. One thing I wish though is that people stopped fucking making noise all the fucking time. Jesus, I just want silence. I want peace. It's not that much to ask for. Right, what was I doing? MC archetype, yeah, that's the tongue. I need to think of a way to... Although the MC archetype should behave in manners different than the regular archetype, right? Because we can't just add components to it. No, there is no need to. I think there is no need to. Somehow. We need some sort of flag. Okay, let's think top to bottom again, instead of bottoms up. Where will we get our entities from? We are not going to get entities from anywhere besides requesting from something to get the entities for us, which is always going to be from a system. How do we execute? How do we execute a system that has no entities assigned to it? Let's say let's say that this play input is going to be the one that is going to add the player input components to. The component query can't have with player inputs because we are going to add to it. So the component query basically just returns the builder itself. It would just be something like this. Which means that we can't... Oh, god damn it, I hate this. We would have to have on the systems where is the tongue? Fuck me, where is it? It's the query builder component query. Query? Where's component here? Component query. If it is virtual, how did I do it on the other one? Where is the systems here? I should basically close everything and just have the thing that I need open instead of having like a fucked on Scheiß. No entity manager, no entity change, events, frame data updates, ECSX systems. Yeah, the way it was is virtual instead of abstracts. So should we change this to a virtual one? The good thing is that on the system, the query is built on initialization, so it's not going to keep running over and over again. So even if we make it a virtual method, there's no problem with it because it's not going to be called that much. But I don't like when things are enforced, and I don't like when things that should be enforced are optional. But there is the fact that it's undeniable. There is the fact that there will be some situations in which we don't need to query for some. No, it's very unlikely that we'll have a system that will just add a component and nothing else because of nothing. Most of the systems are going to react to the data in another component. Let's think. So clearly, if we are doing a system in which we need to not have a query, we'll have to use this option. There's no way to execute each because there is no entities to execute on. So we'll have to use a query. We could create issues with the execute each thing, because I can see people using this and just doing, but there's no entities being passed to here. Brother in Christ. No, I'm not gonna cave in to people using the thing in the wrong way. Fuck them. You didn't read enough. Fuck you. Read more, dumbass. So we will need to use whatever it is that we are going to pass here in the query, in the executable. Which it's very much likely not going to be a pure query here. It's going to be something else. To be clear and to expose only the methods that we need, such as get and create an entity or something like that. So we can create an entity and then assign an archetype to it. So if the way we're going to do it is by using the query object or whatever it is that is going to be passed here to force the entities to be created, this object here is going to query from something, and it's not clearly going to get an ECSX ID purely. It's going to get a wrapper. And if it gets a wrapper, yeah, it makes sense. It makes absolute sense. Because, for example, fuck me, in this case, you're basically trying to do things that are not specific to whatever the fuck it is the query. That's why it shouldn't be query here. It should be something else because it's not related to query. So that otherwise this is going to imply that you need to call this first. So you can see. But this one, see how it makes sense that we could use a query entity wrapper or something like that, or something that behaves in that manner. And it would imply that we would be going through the query. So this should be able to access the query, but it shouldn't be the query itself. This should reference clearly that it's related to the query, and we'll have, like I said, component ID lists inside of that thing, component ID numbers to check and guarantee that that object has the component on it. But I can see how, no, it's just, yeah, most of the, I remember now, most of the calls are going to be deferred, so there's not a problem. They're not going to be instant. They will be instant on the object you're manipulating, but it won't be instant on the entity that exists. At least not on the archetype side. It clearly will change the, no, because it's structs. Yeah, it's structs. Components by, no, preferentially should be structs. I could even enforce that in some way. No, I don't think there's a way to enforce that. Unless I put something like is I component and is struct or whatever the fuck in each and every method. No, it's your responsibility if you're using structure, like if you're using classes as a component, you should know that whatever the fuck it is that you're changing is related to the reference, not to the value that you have. So fuck you, I guess. And with deferred operations, it should be easier to handle this. Right. So the way we are going to get the entities is always a new entity from somewhere, which is very much likely to be from the context. There's no 100% needs to, but we'll get it. Let me see what were the changes I did. I only changed the entity wrapper to add an archetype and the manager to add an empty. Yeah, there's no reason to have the empty archetype. We're gonna just have a flag somewhere else. It's unnecessary. If the person is constantly creating entities left and right and just leaving them be, don't. Or I could just add a cache for empty entities that are not being used for some reason. I could solve the issue as well. Oh, this song, man. It's so nice to play this level. The level that had this song on the game. Yeah, I could play. God damn it. I just remembered. I was going to say that I could play Darktide, but I remember that I'm not playing Darktide because of what is the words? I'm not playing Darktide because of the mods. I had too many mods added to it. And it's down here, dumbass. We're still gonna keep it in here. On the initialization. Managers are started here on the construction, and initialization gets the methods and shit. Which means that if you don't, yeah, that is a very interesting thing, because every single one of the things are internal. So if you try to call any of the methods, you're gonna call methods on objects that don't exist yet. So it's basically gonna go, what the fuck are you doing? And it's gonna be a guarantee that it's not initialized. Sure, we can have like better exception streaming here, but I don't think there's a need. I don't want to on every single method have is initialized. Fuck you, that's just dumb. Right, entity methods. Let me just, we don't need these nuts. So let's be absolutely clear. Should I place something like a create new entity? Yeah, let's have create entity for the time being. Thing, just fucking behave. Just tell me. Just gimme. There it is. It gets the ID from the ID manager. It assigns the wrapper and the context and the ID to the thing. Yep, it's fine. And we could do the whole shebang in here. And like I said previously, there's no need to have the ID inside of here on the constructor because I don't know, I had a reason why, but I don't remember. So it returns the entity wrapper. Although this makes me think that there is no such a thing as a regular ECSX entity yet, because there isn't. There's always only wrappers. Entities a concept and not a thing that exists in here. The entity itself is a thing that is assigned IDs and shit, but assign components to the ID, but the entity per se, the entity object, is not a thing. There's only wrappers. So we get the ECSX entity wrapper. And over here, since we didn't assign an archetype because it's a new one, and we don't want a wrapper going all the time with what was the thing that I was going to do? Yeah, a flag to check it as empty. Because we need to do what? For example, when we add the component to the wrapper, to the entity, it will go through eventually to the archetype, right? The archetype manager doesn't do anything, does it? Yeah, I don't think it does, right? Oh, I forgot. I can always do a Ctrl B. Now it's just showing up properly. It goes into the archetype manager and does the add. Fuck me, what the hell? What the hell is that? Oh, it was a thing for to solve the. That is dangerous. That is dangerous. Having things copied in there. Okay, so it goes to the archetype manager, which is going to add a component. So whenever it adds a component, it gets the entity ID to see which archetype it is. So we could. Oh, I see. I see. This is the. Is this the point where we separate if there is an empty or not? But where do we separate it? We do it in the. Oh, I know what we can do. We can have an add component and we can have an add first component. Because when we add the first component, that is the moment where we'll check for the first hash. But when we are adding components normally, it implies that the entity already has an archetype. Yes. Yes, that's the solution. That is the solution. Although the problem is that if we do an add component, no, we don't need to. Oh, do we? The problem is that if we, whenever we do an add component here, we can need to check for the thing and just go, hey, is there a tongue? This is convoluted. It seems easy, but it's weirdly complex. Because I don't want to have unnecessary calls all the fucking time. For example, I don't want to have the regular entity wrapper just having a, hey buddy, just throw me a new just check every single time if it is empty or not. I don't want to do that. So if not, then how? Something needs to check. And it doesn't help if I push it down the line somewhere else. I mean, if there is a point in which it's going to have less impact, then on other locations, but and there's also the fact that I have the archetype. Let's see. There is no such a thing as adding a component to an archetype, because that archetype only exists because that component is there. So we are always appending or updating. Append or update? Update. I don't know if append or updates. Which one implies a better thing? Because it's not adding. It's definitely not adding. Because when we, for example, we have an entity that has position only, and it's in the archetype that only has the component ID of position. If we add through here, we're gonna have to do an update component if we're adding a position, because the entity, if the entity is already on this archetype, it means that it already, if the entity is already on this archetype, it means that the entity can receive the components. The problem is that we need to check if this archetype supports this component or not. So we can just do an update component in here, which will get the component ID and basically do a, hey, do we handle these components? And if so, it just updates the component. If it doesn't, it returns false bool, like, buddy, we can't update this. If we can't update, it means that if we can't update the code, it means that we can't I think this should be internal. So if we can't update the code, if we can't update the component, it means that this archetype does not have the component because it couldn't be added, it couldn't be appended to it, it couldn't be updated. Because if you, yeah, because for example, we have this one, that we have two archetypes, one that has position and one that has position and rotation. So we do update the rotation component, but the entity is on the archetype of the position only. It's not on the position and rotation. So it's going to go in there, in here, and it's going to try to update the component. The way it does is check if the value exists here. If the component ID matches here, it is going to, this is, we need component infos. Fuck. How the fuck are we going to be passing component infos left and right? That's how I fixed this issue on, I have a component identifier or something like that on my other framework that connected no, but this is a problem as well, because when we do it that way, when we do it that way, we are affixing a fixed value to a component instead of having different values for different contexts for the type. And that's a problem. Which means that we shouldn't add the components directly through the archetype? Is that it? Is that the issue? Because how from the component itself through the archetype will we know what the component ID is? There's no such information on the component itself. It needs to be gathered from somewhere, and the location where that is on the archetype manager that has the what? Wasn't it here? Okay, here has a contains component, right? Yeah. Remove, add, get component ID. Oh, there's the get component ID, which is kind of a pain to get. And if we're doing this every single time, too much noise. I don't know, this feels weird because every single time that we're going to add a component, we're going to have to get the ID of it. And that feels bothersome. It feels like there is round trips being done just to do a simple thing that is just assigning a component. I'm trying to think of ways in which this could work. Think. Think. I don't know, man, it feels weird. It feels that it should be extremely simple, and yet for some reason things are not matching up. Yeah, I can't think of a reason. I can't think of a way in which there is no always just checking something before adding it on. What could it be? What could it be? Thank you, folk. Just think about a solution. There must be a solution. There's no way. How could it be done? How could it be done? Oh, it feels so odd. It really feels absolutely odd, and I'm trying to wrap my head about it, but just it just doesn't seem to. Like I said, this should be easy. It should be simple. Why it's not being simple? Why does it feel like it requires so many jumps through? Um, I think I know. Instead of storing component ECSX IDs, we could store something like component info that will not only have the component ECSX ID, but you will have the type of the component as well. So in that way, you can check for the component type sets anywhere instead of just checking for the component ECSX ID. Because the main problem here is basically that we don't know the component ECSX ID that is related to the type. We would have to do it from the outside, from the archetype manager, because the archetype manager is the one that has the hash and the archetype thing. But the problem is that over here, we only store the hash and the component ECSX ID, which means that every single time that we need to check for a component, which component it is, we need to hash the component and then do the test with the, we need to hash the type and then compare it to something, which is not a good idea because we'll have to test the although if I stop and think about it, the type, no, it doesn't matter. There is no relationship between hash, component ESX ID, and type. there is only relation to hash of the type and the component ECSX ID. So if we just have the component ECSX ID, we have no idea which hash or which type is assigned to it. So the solution might be just storing something like a component info object, I guess. Just wish I had peace and no sound everywhere, just noise. Yeah, even though if we use that, it's still less complex. I'm trying to think of a method to solve this. Just donk, 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 donk. Code generation, maybe, but then code generation is highly complex. That's just not something that I want to, because you need to not only debug the generation of the code, but also the code that is being generated. It's just like convoluted. Let me just check something. This part is just like fucking up my mind. Because I'm trying to think of a manner in which this just works, but also in a way that it doesn't require me to do too many jumps and hoops through things. Yeah, I'm just wondering something. Where is the structured button thingy? Nothing to show my ass. Show yourself. There it is. That makes more sense now. Oh boy, donk. Come on, buddy, just fucking go. Why are you indexing again? What the fuck is wrong with you? Keeps re-indexing over and over again. Just fuck off. What are you doing? Is it gonna index again? No. Yeah, it seems like the solution would be a component info object that it stores the hash and the ECSX ID of it and the type, so that it has so that we have relationship between one thing and the other. It makes sense, at least. Am I overthinking this, though? I wonder if I am overthinking this. Am I overthinking this too much? Boy, oh boy. Okay, you know how what you do when you think that the thing that you're doing is dumb. You try to find something else that does a similar thing, and you see if what they're doing is even dumber. If they think that they're doing is even dumber, you're fine. Let me see. I was checking some ECS. What were the names? There is that are specifically related to Unity or C# or whatever the fuck. There was like one called Marpy or something like that. Yeah, Marpy. Marpy? Weird name there. Let me see. Is it Marpy? Come on. If only my mouse. If only I didn't need to fight with my mouse. What the fuck is everything just blinking? Is my memory going overboard? 28 gigs. There is still 4, so you shouldn't be complaining. Shut the fuck up, bro. Almost closed OBS by accident. That would be fun. Alright. Wait a second. Does it? No, it fucks up everything, I guess. Yeah, more P. Where's my... Oh, fuck me. I'm not... I am doing things wrong. That's the problem. There it is. Marpy. If I record, it's Marpy. Or something like Marpy. It needs Marpy. ECS framework for a Unity game. It's this one. What the fuck is those things? Let's see. How the fuck does he do it? I would presume this would be here. Core? Very much likely, because Unity would be specifics. Let's suppose that she should build it directly inside of it and kept the meta files. That's not a good idea, I think. I don't think it's gonna be in the components, but let's see what he did with the components. Here, just simple. Always most of the time it's just simple. Entities. What he does with the entity. One of the reasons why I don't want to just download this and use this is because I fucking hate whatever the fuck it is that they're doing over here. And most of the things. Let me see. There is entity. No, this is the ID only. Let's presume then that he's doing it through the archetypes, maybe? No, it makes sense that he's not doing it. An archetype pool. It's something that stores the archetypes. Makes sense. An archetype store? Guess what? It stores the archetypes in it. What the fuck is an aspect? Do you have documentation here? No, it doesn't. Will be removed in future revisions. Alrighty, boy. Native? Don't want to know. See, he uses filters in here instead of queries. Query. Worlds. Must be in here. Worlds. Where in the fuck? Seals partial class. Why? Oh, fuck me. Is he one of those guys that spreads things around? And just places about. I fucking hate the partial thing. There is very specific situations in which partial is required to be used. Most of the time, there is no reason to. So I presume these are the things. So, there's no importante thing in there. So he's not doing it through the world. What is he adding the components to then? Oh, I see. He has assistant for each of the update things. No. A stash, maybe? A stash of components? Maybe that's what he calls? Adds. A bunch of adds here. Entity. So the stash adds entities. Let's see, a stash of entities. Should be named entity stash then, and not just stash, but you do you, buddy. Collections. Oh, he's doing the whole thing with just custom collections to make things faster. Generated? Generated by static generators, pin array generator. I don't know, man. Is he using generators for everything? I'm dumb, but could have just looked in here. I don't know. How to install, base concept, yeah, how to stash, dot remove, how to stash the entity. What the fuck is he doing? Identifier for components which does not store any data, but can be used to access components logically. It's similar to game object in Unity, but entity does not store any data itself. It's a value type, blah, blah, blah. It's basically explaining the. So, how to stash this world, dot get stash, how to components. So, I see. So the stash is at the same time. Oh, it's a pool. It's a component pool. I just named it stash. And when you do an add, you're basically adding the entity. It's kind of an archetype mixed with a pool, even though it's not one nor the other. I hate it. There was another one. What was the name? Free flow or something like that? Yes. High performance C# APS. Doubt. How do you do it? How do you do the tongue? Hello world. My components are normal, just add the value to the thing, sure. Hello world. World new. So an entity store is the world. He doesn't have a class that is a world per se. He uses entity stores as worlds. It just hurts. That's why I don't use these things. Now you do world.create entity, even though you're using an entity store. Fuck me. When he creates an entity through the entity store, he can assign components to it at creation. Not a bad idea. because most of the time you're going to create an entity. Indeed, that is that could be a solution to the empty archetype entity thingy. Because it enforces you to at least assign the entity to at least one archetype. That could be a solution. It could solve a use case. Yeah, that could be one of the ways we solve it. So then he has the query. Query is created through the. Oh, he doesn't have systems. It doesn't seem like he has systems. He has queries directly, and then he just queries for the entities. Let me see. He queries, and he adds position and velocity, and then he does a for each entity. Oh, this is interesting, because with a method like this, he can pass like the direct components from here. Although it wouldn't work on our case with the query builder, because the query builder wouldn't be able to keep the component types going. I think I'm quite sure about it. There is no way for you to keep back assigning it. Is there? Maybe? Maybe, but no, there's no way. I'm quite sure about it. It would be something akin to calling it similarly to this, and then having the query also have like T types in here, and then there is no way for you to create a query with a T type and return that query in a manner that it exists on a system here. Because when we use it through here, there's no fucking way that this is able to know that it's getting the values from here. It's impossible. Because the query itself here needs to be defined at the creation, which is how it is defined here. But it's an interesting system. It just doesn't allow you to easily do situations in which I wonder how he does it. Like situations when it require exclusion. But it's interesting that it allows you to get the components for each entity. This for each entity is a possible thing that we could do. Though we're kind of doing it already with the execute each. Although we are not passing the values, but we could do something like that. In case of moving, updating thousands of millions of entities, the optimized approach can be used to enumerate query chunks, parallel query job, yada. Systems are new. In free flow engines, systems ECS are typically queries, so you can still use the word query showing the hello world. Using systems is optional, but they have some significant advantages. Enable chaining. Multiple decoupled systems, query system, system group, each provide a command buffer. System can have state, fields or properties, can be used as parameters in all updates. Systems can be enabled, disabled, removed. Systems have performance monitoring built in. That's mainly why you don't skip systems. I don't know why he decided to skip systems. Multiple worlds can be added to a single system root, yada. Yeah, he does the opposite approach, the approach in which like you can get a single system and just connect context to the world to a system instead of connecting the system to a world, which I think it's a bad way to do it. Although I might be misinterpreting what he's explicitly saying here. For example, here is a query system. Oh, this is an interesting way to do it. Because it guarantees that we will have a position and velocity in the, for example, if I was thinking of doing something like this, but the problem being that it gets harder for you to do with and without. We could, of course, just have it as well, but then it enters the point where we're having like a bunch of different systems Sure, some of them are more optimized to certain situations, but I thought about having also, for example, instead of just position, have something like a connector value. For example, have a width and position, like having the generic width position. Wait a second, where's the music? The fuck? Where music at? I just ate my music. Skip this one because it's. I like this song, but it's just. Right, I thought about using something like width position without velocity or something like that. But if I recall correctly, you can't transfer the value of the external thing without passing the value through here and without passing the value again. So you would have to do something like width position, comma, without velocity, comma, position, comma, velocity. It's a pain. You have to like write the same thing over and over and over again. Just it's not nice. Valuable strength when CS establishing clearing the couple code structure and the post system below the system real time above is trivial. I don't know what exactly he explaining about. It seems like he explaining what the system is in a way that it's a new thing, in a way that it's something that he created himself or whatever the fuck. So flex is lower. Doubt. Considerable doubt. Wait a second, bigger is better or worse? I would presume the bigger is worse because MARP is 21. Any MARP looks like it would be 21. Large, tiny, so it's... I really don't believe you because Flex is built on top of C++. And it's, as far as I know, one of the best, one of the faster running things. Sure, maybe because of the .NET wrapper, it could make things slow, but I highly doubt this. Really, really highly doubt this. I don't know, man, because are you telling me that there is no... Like if, for example, all of these were high like this, I would believe it. But if only Flex had a 0.98 or something like that, I would be, I can see. I can see. Because there's no fucking way that he's telling me that C# is faster than C++, because it isn't. Unless he's using it improperly on the other one. Add and remove 5 components on 100 entities. The impact of structure change not going to base the CS project. So his, I presume, is going to be the mean. Like, see here, how it could be faster? What the fuck is he talking about? Like, it takes, on his, it takes 5,000 nanoseconds. And on Leopold, it takes 981. It clearly makes it faster. I don't know what he's talking about. What the fuck are you... Let me see MARP. Let's compare MARP. It's 0.29. It's even faster. I don't get it. I don't get it. What the fuck? What the fuck is this? It's a ratio overall. If it is, sure, but I still don't believe you. I really don't get it. What the fuck he's trying to say here? Like on situations where you delete 100,000 entities with 5 components, all the other ones are slower. Who the fuck optimizes your codes to delete 100,000 entities? Doesn't make sense. I don't know, man. I don't know what the fuck this guy is making. I'm not saying it's slow. I just don't understand what the fuck is his performance there. I'm also not saying that I can write better because it's just far from that, but it's just weird. Weird how he's just saying, hey, buddy, we are highly performance. And then he compares to other things, and the other things are more performance. We perform better when we try to do things that no one does. Just, yay, I forgot where is the creation. It's world, entity, start, create, entity, shit. Okay, source. Let's see, where's the entity stores in here? Here, it's gonna be one of those, isn't it? Yeah, it's gonna be one of those, I'm quite sure about it. Create entity reference. If reference entity is not alive, I will use same revision used in C. Create entity node. It's a partial class, isn't it? It is. Fuck. I'm just looking at partial code is a pain in the ass when you use a browser. There. FD store. Oh boy, he uses regions. What the fuck even is this organization? You don't. You know what you shouldn't do? Things that go, oh, it's easier for me and exclusively me to read. See how it's not aligned here? Dump. Why place the attributes in front of the public instead of on top? Sure, where was the... Oh boy, I need to look at all the partial things. It's not going to be just in here. Right? Oh yeah, the... Create NCT. It's not a batch. Extension. It's an extension. Fuck me. Create entity. This in store tags now. Create entity. It passes a generic component. Eventually it's called through a create entity generic. Store generic components types. What? Oh, I see. It gets the generic, passes the value of the generic component, and then gets the component type for the generic thing. Assign components and create events. The other ones basically do the same fucking thing. Creates entity. It's basically the same fucking thing with just a bunch of other fucking things on it. Look at this. What a beauty. If you need to do things like this, just, sure, it makes it faster to assign directly, for example, to the precise archetype that has the, yeah, he uses archetypes, don't you? Yeah, there's archetypes. But the precise archetype that he uses the thing, but just, ugh. I just want to see. There must be an entity. There is here. So there's try get components in here. Let's see. Components. Nope. Weird. Component property is on the entity. And it has position rotation. It's just, what the fuck are you doing? But sure, it's gonna be used on Unity, but still. Oh, so there's has components, get components, try get, and add component. That's what we want. Add a component of the given type to the entity. If the entity contains a component of the same type, it is updated. True, the component is newly added to the entity. False, the component is updated. I'm sure. So it goes towards here, which isn't a completely separate class called mutation, even though it's entity. Oh boy. Why do people learn to program things like this? It's not easier, it's not better. Sure, I can jump from here to there using the go to reference or definition or whatever the fuck, but still, is that really the component that I'm looking at the method? Yeah, it's this one. If the entity contains a component at the same time it is updated, true, it's the same fucking method as the other one. But for some reason, here is just one part and another here. Fuck. Alright. Oh man, look at the size of this thing. And I am wondering if I should call the hash thing once. If a store entire base active query loops, the fuck knows that does. ID? Sure. It's the ID of what? Oh, it's the ID of the entity. Sure. The store of the entity, which if I understood correctly, it's the context or the world nodes, and that's why I have an entity wrapper instead of just having an entity, because otherwise every single entity that you create have all of this trash on it. And if you create like 1,000 of entities, you have 1,000 of entities full of trash. I mean, it's useful for the entity, but then it's just like you're replacing. Let's say you create an entity. Fuck me, where is the... What is all this bullshit? Here, let's say you create an entity. It will have this, which is the property. No, these are just properties. Most of the time, they're going to just point to something else. Yeah, sure, it's not that much of a problem. Component properties, fields. This is the beauty. It has a store. So every single entity you have has a reference to the store. Sure, it's using a field offset. Must not have any other fields to keep its size at 16 bytes. That is odd. Oh, so he's storing the context in, because the entity store has a number as well. As kind of like an ID. So he's storing the entity store on the, where the fuck is it? Oh, it's partial as well. This is a pain. Okay, so he's using everything on the... This is 8 bits. 8 bits gives you what? 256, if I recall correctly, values? Right? Values. No. 8, you fuck. Why the fuck you get 0? 256 values, so... Just for the store. I don't get it, what the fuck he's doing. Must not have any other fields to keep its size of 16 bits. 16 bytes. Yeah, this is bytes, not bits. Confusing things. Am I? Wait a second. I remember doing something similar with field offsets on the on my previous framework. I don't remember if he moves bits or bytes. I'm quite sure it's bits. He might mean 16 bytes in total. But then what does he mean with 8, and then 8 here, and then 4 here, and then 2 here? Are you telling me that he can't have entities that are bigger than 8 bits? Sure, you have the revision, but the revision has only 2 bits. Yeah, it is bits. It's not bytes. Bytes is in total. It's weird. This guy is creating weird shit. Regardless. And then he gets the nodes, local store, nodes, ID. I presume nodes are... is there documentation? No. Node is an entity node. Fuck is this brands of the bugger? Used by the entity store to store entity components, scripts, tags, and child entities internally as an array of nodes. Entity nodes enable organizing entities in a tree graph structure. The tree graph is stored in an entity store, starting with a single store root entity. Create a new entity in an entity store instantiated with random PIDs. It generates a unique random PID assigned to it's easier to read this way. I always forget it's better this. It generates a unique random PID assigned to the entity. Using random PIDs avoid merge conflicts when multiple users make changes to the same entity store file database. The probability generating the same PID by 2 different users is Y. Why is he storing it as a tree graph? Okay, guess the archetype from the node. Sure. Oh, I think I see why. Yeah, I think I see why. Because if he stores it as a tree graph, where is it? Give me a tree graph. That's actually, it felt weird, but now it's making sense. In a way, it makes sense, but I also don't. Allow me to explain. Is this one enough? Yeah, maybe. So let's say that you have the first component that you add, position. Let's use a better thing with the ladder. The first component you add is a armor. Yeah, armor points. And then the next component that you add is bullshit. So if you want the archetype that has armor, you go to this graph, the first node in the graph. If you want the archetype that has armor and also bullshit, you literally connect this and this, and you make a subset of these two as an archetype. Because it kind of follows the path of how components are added to entities. Although I dislike it. I can see how it would work nicely, but it would need to be a graph with cycles. It would require to be cycles on it because you can connect one to the other and make like better links between one and the other. So you can call, like, for example, you're often calling something that has a position, like something that has a position and velocity. But sometimes you call position and rotation as well. So rotation needs to be connected with the position. And it also needs to be connected with velocity, because as soon as we do a query like, hey, get me the position and velocity archetype, it just goes to the first one, position, but position is often used with velocity. So it searches for the nearest child nodes, which is going to be this, and this. So there is only it searches only for 4 values instead of searching the whole thing, you know. But then the problem is that if you call something with just one component, it basically needs to check all the graph. It needs to keep like jumping through all the options on the graph to find that one component. So you see how it would speed up further queries with components that are related. And whenever you do, for example, a query with this one, and then it needs that one as well, you connect this one, like for example, let's say this is health and this is damage. And you never used before health and damage, but you had damage and shield or whatever the fuck in here. So now that you called health and damage, you connect health to damage. So next time you need to do a query for health and damage, you just connect this instead of having to go through here and then over here check the childs of here, because you could accidentally go through here and connect here and here, you would fuck it up. So just connect it directly. So the next time you just do at least 3 checks instead of having to do God knows how many checks until it gets to there. But that is a solution only when you don't cache your queries. If you cache your queries, you don't have to do searches. If you update your queries like I'm doing here using events, you don't need to keep recreating queries. But yeah, it gets the archetype, checks for revision to see if the entities know or whatever. The struct index has a struct info. I should just press Ctrl B, but I'm just using a hand for this shit. Initialization, directly calling in its test method, index has index, sure, component type, directly in the component type thing. So one would presume that it's linked somehow, but doubt. And this is what the thing I was thinking about, using a component type. Here he uses the string as the key, struct index, index type, index value type. It was basically using something like this. Well, there's way more methods than necessary here. I would presume that a struct would be better. And that's why I don't download other people's ECSs and use them. Because of the shites in the background. I don't know all these shite. So I guess the component changed action. There's nothing. A bool added. I hate how he does these spaces in here because it's not consistent in between all the things, just to the things nearby. It makes it a pain in the ass to read. Look at this right here. Like, for example, it enters here, there's a nightmare here, and then there's this. Okay, local component index, old heap, heap map, new heap, old heap, component stash, I see true and see no. Okay, his archetype contains the component type C. Well, how I was describing that was the issue before. Archetype remains unchanged because it's just going to store and update the same thing. See, it update index, which I think I understand what this does. The name is, I don't like the name, but oh, I see why. He uses a store index and update index. He's calling from outside using a static class. Why? And then he gets a local store, passes the local store to it, passes the ID of the thing, and passes the components, and passes the old heap for some reason. And then he goes, oh man, oh, that hurts. He uses go-to. Oh, fuck's sake. Sure, go-to could be used in certain situations, but no. What are you doing? What are you doing, buddy? Oh man. High performance. Sure, go-to could be, if you need to use perfectly, otherwise you fuck up everything. But still, I lost all credibility on this guy. Case the archetype doesn't contain the components type, and this is the issue that I said that would be happening. We would have to check to the archetype manager to see what is the type of the archetype, and then we have to move the entity to the new archetype, recompile, recalculate other values and shit, assign other shit to other shit. But look at how much it does here. And I just wanted to do one or two calls. And I was already thinking, oh no, it's gonna be too much. But look at that shite. And then he calls the event, of course. Although it doesn't look like an event, it's just like an action thingy. Oh, it's a delegate. He calls a delegates. He doesn't use events, he uses delegates for some reason. So when you remove a component, this is more complex because every single time that you remove a component, you change the archetype. There is no escape. There is no other option. It needs to change the archetype. And it's one of the issues in which you need to be very careful when you have an ECS system, an ECS framework that uses archetypes. Because you need to keep as least, like you need to remove components as least as possible. And if you do so, it is better if you do so on entities that are on archetypes that have this small amount of archetypes of components inside as possible. Otherwise, it just creates a nightmare having to move, because every single time they do a move, you need to get all the components on your... Let's just go there. Do a move. You need to move all the previous components from the other archetype to the new archetype. Not only that, you need to match their... It's not just a matter of grabbing all the values, just placing there. You need to grab the indexes of each and every component and place it in the correct index on the new archetype. And that is ass, because it's a good deal of calculations. And imagine doing that like thousands of, like 100 times in a single frame. You remove like from a component from like the same thing like over and over. And that's one of the reasons why it would be good to have a separate query execute all, because on this one we could call something like query dot remove components from all, and just as on a single call, you would remove all of the components from those entities, and you just aggregate them all, and you do it in a batch instead of doing like here, which would be like one by one, which would be deferred eventually. You won't be done in a batch in the background, but still. It's better if you do just batch instead of one by one, then batch. So yeah, this, looking at the shites here, makes me happier, because I'm not gonna keep this open. There's no reason. I just wanted to see that part. It makes me happier because meetings. It's not going to be, even though if I make mistakes, it's not going to be as bad as that. I'm not saying that the way the guy does over there is bad. It's very much likely that some of those calls make the code more performance, and it improves performances just because there's more lines, there's more calls. But even me being a person that has not that much knowledge, I would say, because I don't have, at least I don't have I presume that a person that codes in that manner, he at least worked in 2 or 3 companies programming in them, and he has possibly knowledge of how commercial code works, which I don't have. I have knowledge of how things work and how companies do programming. But just me looking at that, it just looks like, ugh. Just a second. I need to check something. I'm gonna be back in a jiffy. Man, I don't care. I'm gonna open my window. It's way too hot in here. And outside it's raining. I'm gonna miss. It's gonna maybe make more noise. Oh, look at the winds. Feel the winds. Oh boy. So good. It's more so because when I say, well, there's the wind from outside, there is already wind from inside with the 2 fans that I'm using at once. And it's not enough because it just heats the room more and more because my body is releasing heat and the fucking computer is releasing heat. And the fan is releasing heat and everything is fucking releasing heat. Left and right. What do we do now? Let's see. Let me see. It was the issue with the... Oh yeah, I recall. We need a component info thing to connect components to types, to aggregate them in the same location. Oh, this song is nice. Although it starts to enter the points into which I am coding way too much shits around shits instead of doing the main shits that needs to be done. This doesn't use anything from anywhere, as far as I know. If we change this to the archetype manager or something like that, it's not gonna be a problem. Oh, this song is so nice, man. I never played the fucking game, but the song is nice. Was some thunder. Thunder. If you heard a very loud boom noise, that was thunder. There he goes. I don't know if the microphone, the plugins are going to remove it. But boy, that was some explosion-like thunder. I wouldn't doubt if that thunder was precisely his transformer or something. That was way louder than necessary for thunder. Right. Think. Let's do from the top again. Let's try and do from the top. Topo GG. Fuck me, man. Why do I do these things? Think. When we add the components, there's the whole thing that I said with it being empty. We could fix the issue doing the same thing that it was the guy did in there, into which, why the fuck are you going to create an empty component? It makes no sense that you would do so. So why not every single time that you create a component, like an entity, force the program, the user to force the user to use to add a component as well? Because why? If you're going to create an entity only for you to add a component to it afterwards, what the fuck are you doing? So the whole thing with adding the components to it is at creation is a good idea. It's not a bad idea. It's actually very good because it allows us to place it on this is even better because we can. I was thinking, see, this is when generics fuck you up. I was thinking of using generics the same way that the guy used generics in there to have at least 3 tops. Wait a second, isn't there the params? I forgot how the params works. The C# params keywords works. Completely forgot about it. But I know that it will make things easier in there. Oh, can't you say lazy? Where is params being used in here? That's because it's not in the params location. Am I blind? Params, there it is. No other parameters are permitted after the params keyword in the method declaration. Only one params keyword is permitted in the method declaration. The declared type of the parameter must be a collection type. Recognized collection types are a single-dimensional array type, in which case the element type is T. A span type, system span, read-only span, here the element type is T. A type with an accessible creates method with a corresponding element type. The create method is identified using the same attributes used for collecting expressions, struct or class that implements the enumerable. The type is a constructor that can be invoked with no arguments. An interface type of these. For C#13, the parameter must be a single-dimensional array. When you call a method with a parameter, you can pass in. I think it works. I think we can just do it like this. Feel the power. The power. Then we can do. God damn it! I will need to. We need a fucking. God damn it! There we go. Creating the fucking thing again. Oh, I won't be able to call it from here. Fuck. Game manager. Game manager. Where's the game manager? It's not game manager. It's game manager. There it goes. So if we create here the position. No, fuck me. They're probably public class. Oh, the brain's going places. Public class position on components vector value. And then we can just do something like context.entities.create entity. And we can previously var player inputs equals fucking new player. Will it show up? Yeah, it will. New player inputs. Why the fuck are you complaining? What are you talking about? Oh, I know what it is. It's possibly the guy brings something from the input system. Fuck you. That's because I'm using it wrong. It's new player inputs dot components. Why is it not showing up in here? What did I do wrong? Where is player input system? It's in the namespace systems. Player inputs dot components. Should work, you fuck. Game manager. Yeah, it's that one. Why is it not going? Why is it not going? The systems thing is not in its own library. It's just literally up here. Why? Cannot resolve single components. Oh, I know. It's because this fucking shit here is already fucking up our things. Because it's the same name. Now we need to import from here. And it just imports the player input part in there. For some reason. No, it just imports it. Oh, no, it separates and places player inputs as a separate systems.player inputs. There it goes. It just works. And now we get var position. And then we pass a new position thing to it. And then now the magic happens. We can place the player input and then place the position. And it just works. We can place as many components as we want. And if we start, oh man, this is so beautiful. If we start like, for example, we can start, we can build something like a blueprint, a blueprint that, for example, the player blueprint, and the player blueprint adds all of these specific, like all of the specific components that the player needs, and something. The player, it's not a good example for this. It's better, for example, for an enemy. Since we have to create several entities of the enemy, we can have an enemy blueprint, and then we pass the enemy blueprints on the inside, just basically does a create entity, passing all of the property code of the components at the same time, and it places in there. And because there is an archetype, it's going to be basically the enemy archetype, put all the components in there, and it just works. It just works. And because this is so nice. And because it gets all the things in here, we can just hash this entire array all at once without having to worry about other shit. Because there is here, there's the hash component. Although it accepts the different things in here. But it's basically the whole idea. We can hash all of that array at once instead of just like doing one by one, connecting the hashes and then checking if there is an archetype that works. We just hash the entire fucking thing, just bam, places the thing on top of it and just works. It just works. All at once, it's just bam. Oh, me liking. Oh boy, man, the IDs. And it's just, it's so good that the thing, see, the thing just referenced it to me, just saying, hey, you could do like that, mate. And there's just, the params, because the params allows us to not have to, if you don't know, it allows us to not require to declare, we don't need to declare an array to assign. We just pass the objects. We could add then, for example, to var, components and do components array. Let me see if it builds automatically for us. No? I don't think it's possible to... No, it's not, because it's an interface. We can start a new... let's say we do like this. List dot... Fuck you. No, pay attention to the things. Stop first. List... I fucking hate it. I component... Why are we not setting it as a new? We could do something like this, and then we do it adds, and then we pass it like this. It works as well. So we can pass entire arrays, or we can pass each and every single object on its own, and it works. It just works. It magically works because it's syntactic trigger for the code is just syntactic trigger to create an array in the background for you. Oh man, it's just I love this so much. This is so beautiful. This is why I like coding. The passion. This is why I like coding. When moments like these happen, it just goes, oof. There we go. Now we just need to properly. We need to properly assign things to. This will make things so much easier. Sadly, it's 8 p.m. and I need to go. Boy, I am satisfied with whatever the fuck happens at this last point. It's almost 5 hours of streaming. I'm just gonna wait for 5 hours to match. Hopefully tomorrow I can start earlier, around 1 p.m., maybe even 2 p.m. tops. I'm not going to enter Discord on the Unity server. Ah, boy, I just despise that place. It's sad. It's actually sad because for around 3 to 4 years ago, I think the first time I added the server, the Unity server, which is not official, by the way, as far as I know. And I remember that I thought, I think I'm gonna find people to program with, because it's one of the issues. Back then, like ChatGPT wasn't that useful. These days, you can kind of use it as a co-worker. It solves the issue for me. Sometimes I can just pop onto ChatGPT and just go, "Hey, buddy, do you see this? What do you think?" It just helps. And then I can look at ChatGPT and just go, "Nah, man, you don't." without ChatGPT feeling, without me having to look at a real human being and thinking that the real human being is stupid, because most of the time they are. So I remember that I thought back then, I think I've had these ideas and these projects for around 10 years. And then I never managed to do it because of depression and shit. It's going to get heavy, this end of stream. And then I remember thinking, I'm gonna see if I try and find someone to code with, and maybe that helps. And then I remember entering there and looking at the conversations and shit. And mostly I thought, I like helping people. I'm gonna look for on the channels in which people are requesting for coding help. And then I looked in there, and then there's like some other people like saying that their things are not working. And I was just, hey, do this, it should work. And I solved some issues, and then eventually, it always reaches a point into which there is another guy, and that guy thinks he knows everything, yet he knows how to make things work, but not in a way that would be beneficial for the thing that has the problem. I don't know if it's making too much noise because of the rain, because the rain is really strong outside, and it's so good, the noise. Eventually, there shows up a guy like that. And then I see the guy giving bad advice to others, and I just think, buddy, don't. You're just teaching them how to do things in a bad manner. That's not a good idea. Because there's the whole thing that I have a background, and I did my fair share of working to user support. And I'm very used to, I have a very good knowledge of how to troubleshoot issues and provide solutions to people. If I didn't, I wouldn't be one of the best workers that the goddamn company had back then. And I don't say that lightly or just like boasting myself, because boy, there were people that wanted to contact me directly from other countries because I was the only one that could solve the issues. And it's just like, regardless. There is always a guy like that shows up. And then I don't want then to teach people how to do things wrong. But then the conversation like diverges into just me telling the guy, buddy, you're not correct with what you're saying. Sure, it might work, but that's not the way. That's not how you teach people. It's like I say, don't teach people to use a fork to eat soup and slurp the juices out of the bowl later. Teach them to use a fucking spoon. That would be easier for them don't fucking teach people to do the wrong things. So I have this flaw in myself that I insist of thinking that people are not stupid, even though they give me all the signs that they are. And I keep having hope that, well, maybe this person, if I just explain to them just one more time, they might not be as stupid as I think they are. They might not be as stupid as they show themselves to be. And it's a very bad flaw that I have. And I need to fix that one day. But then eventually I get pissed enough to just think, this was a bad idea from the beginning. I don't want to be in this location. And that happened like 3 to 4 years ago or something like that. And then these days ago, I just thought, well, I started doing the coding strings and shit. Maybe if I go in there and just maybe try and help people in there, maybe some of those people could just eventually maybe come to the stream and I can explain things to them like in real time instead of just typing shit. And then just show real examples of how the thing works or not in real time. But yeah, today it was even worse. Not only it showed up one person that had the same like behavior of just being thinking that just because the way that he does things works, it is the correct way, and then he kept bothering about it, and then other people showed up, and then it was clear there was an echo chamber because everyone had the same idea, and the other people were just parroting this thing that the first guy said because I started just telling the other, like questioning the others of their knowledge, and it was clear that they didn't know what the fuck they were talking about. They were just parroting the first guy because it was the whole echo chamber thing, and I was the outsider. I just showed up. They always they know each other from before, and then just that's why I fucking hate Discord. I absolutely despise Discord because it creates shitty echo chambers everywhere. There's not a single Discord server that I've ever been to, and I don't use Discord that much, but there is not a single one in which it wasn't a shitty ass echo chamber of hurt and broken people. I don't want that for me, which is why I'm not gonna go fucking there again. I hope the people that have their issues in there get their issues solved, but it's a shame that it will be solved by people that don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Shame. Shame you. I'm gonna fucking end here. 5 hours already, 5:05. 5:05. And possibly we'll play Raven Quest later as well. Who knows? I'm just talking to myself at this point. See ya, bye.